What's going on? People in the world. People in the world. It didn't. You're banned from the stream. Yeah, they didn't have a launch. Sorry. The good news is it didn't blow up and kill the astronauts either, so we're doing okay. We're doing okay. I don't know, is there an echo? Or is that just you? Oh crap, the camera. Sorry, the camera mic was on as well. Okay, let's do a comparison. So there should not be an echo now, right? So can everyone confirm there's no echo? Okay, good. So this is the new microphone that Casey sent me for Christmas. Mic is low. Okay, well, we just turned it up a little bit. Probably not enough. Perfect. Okay, good. So I'm going to try switching it for a second to the mic on the camera. And let's just see. You guys can tell me what it sounds like because I can't hear. All right. Okay, this is the mic on the camera. It looks like it's feeding in quite loud. I could turn it down a little. It's awful? Okay. Well, let's use this one then. I mean, what, you know. All right, well, that's what happens when you have a camera about 8 feet away, or less than that, 6 feet away. And just use the microphone on it. Have I seen NVIDIA RTX audio filter? If there's one thing that I really don't want to have to deal with a graphics card driver in order to do, it's process audio. Oh my God. Do they do like wave bouncing on interior spaces and stuff to simulate things? Is that what they do? It filters background noise. Well, first of all, that's not RTX at all. That's just them using the new GPU. Secondly, if you're using a graphics card to do that, That's very sad. The mic volume is very low. Well, that happens. Windows is a piece of shit when it comes to microphones, and it's very inconsistent. Let me see if I can turn it up. I never can remember how to frickin' get to the... There's a special thing you can do to get to recording volumes that I never remember. There's a thing like this for microphones, and it's some click on the same thing, and for some reason I'm not finding it now. I mean, do I just... That's for treating that as speakers, which doesn't... That's not right. I don't want to... No, I don't want to do that. Why is this UI so terrible now? Look at this. Look at what is on my screen. This is what we're at in the year 2020. It's so infuriating, guys. I'm trying to click on the sound. There we go. Took a while to come up. Recording. UK properties. I mean, it's going to be at max volume. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, how's this? Is this better? Is this better? Why did it default to 64? It's anybody's guess. I literally just plugged it in and started using it. You guys just never stop complaining. How's that? Do I have a microphone next to my speaker in the bottom right corner? I don't have a thing in the bottom right corner. What do you mean? What do you mean? In the not assist tray? What does that even mean? Why do people say random words in chat and expect me to understand what they're saying? Let's kill this. If there's one thing we don't ever want running, it's Creative Cloud. Dude, it's just crazy how bad the Windows UI is now. Because, you know, they have new control panels that do the same things ostensibly as all the old control panels, but that only have like 15% of the functionality, so they can't get rid of the old control panels, and the new control panels are terrible, but they're the ones that it sends you to by default. It's like everybody is fired, dude. It's so bad. It is so bad. All right, well, maybe we can program now that people are done complaining about audio volumes. Except, of course, some things are only in the new control panels and not in the old control panels. Like, for example, the global setting that removes microphone permission from every application so that every application will silently fail unless you turn that on. That's in the new control panel. Did I hear the news from 1996? Delphi 2 compiles 2.4 million lines per second, running under a Windows 98 VM. I did not hear that, but I'm not surprised at all. Let me go find that tweet, though. Why do I have so many windows open? Yeah. TCC is 0.7 million lines per second. Close all these windows I had open. Do I play CS? Not anymore. Not really. Can anyone confirm if Windows May update improved anything? I mean, I do not expect any further quality increases in Windows for the rest of its history as a product. It's hard for me to imagine what they're actually going to do that is actually useful. So I just don't pay attention, honestly. I mean, if this mic is picking up more background noise, maybe I should switch back to the other one. I don't know, man. We don't really want you guys hearing traffic. Or car alarms or any of that stuff. It's a condenser microphone. They'll always pick up some noise. Don't worry about it. Then, no, I mean, if it picks up noise, I'll throw it out. Like, that's how this works. I haven't actually even listened to what this one sounds like. It's just the one that Casey sent me. Now he said that he tested it and that it didn't pick up much in the way of background noise, but maybe Casey is not to be trusted on this matter. I mean, my old mic was a condenser mic as well. So if it somehow picked up less noise, I don't know why that would be. Anyway, let's do some things. The first thing I want to do is a very simple thing. I have a report that you can't walk through trees when there's a green beam anymore. And that's not good. I'm talking into the tip of a side-firing microphone. Well, it's kind of rotated. I could try to rotate it more. It was kind of weird. Like the pole that I have it on is kind of weird. We can do it this way. Like I thought that I probably had it rotated enough, but this might actually be like better. Right? Better? Okay. So maybe that's why it was picking up noise, it was just too much at the wrong angle. Okay. So we are gonna have some electro beams here, and that's going to be a green, and we're going to have a trees. And some walls. So first, I should be able to walk through the walls, which I can. I should be able to walk through the trees, which I cannot. I could actually see an argument for not being able to walk through trees. But let's make it work as requested, and then we'll send an email saying, well, okay, so here, see, this sort of says, hey, if it's a tree, you can go through it. I wonder if it's... Well, let's see what happens. All right. Just going to see what happens when we try to go through a tree. Well, we don't even get there. Don't even get there. Oh, is wall at? Maybe is returning true for a tree? No. Okay. Okay, this is a tree. First one. All right, so is it scheduled for destruction? Is it dead? Is it intangible? Is it stuck inside wall? Okay. It thinks the tree is stuck inside a wall because is stuck inside a wall. It is stuck inside wall. Tests whether there's a tree in the square. And, yeah. So don't report trees as being inside walls. Bingo. Whoops. When debugging like this, am I thinking in Word? No, not in Word. Words are really slow. Hey, look, I can go through the trees now. Let's make a release build and run a Benny test, even though we didn't change that much. I haven't run a Benny test in a long time, so we're going to see what happens. Video is still a few milliseconds behind audio. No, a few milliseconds. That is not true. What we established yesterday is I cannot trust what anybody says on the stream because everybody says a different thing. So I can't fix it, I guess, is what we're saying, without testing by myself. It might be Twitch's own problem. That is true as well. Like, Twitch probably gives different people varying amounts of... Oh, this is going to be a painful Benny test because we changed a lot of asset-related stuff, and it's going to have to recompress a bunch of things. So this might... See all these textures we're recompressing? So it might go a little slow. How's it going, people? Any questions? What's It's close enough. No, I mean, it really should be synced perfectly. It's just I can't believe what people say. How is Hacker's Delight? It's a good book. Did I watch the SpaceX stream? I watched part of it. And then I didn't watch it when they said, oh, canceled. Canceled. Here's what I will do. I will add randomly 150 milliseconds to the audio. And hopefully OBS can do that dynamically. And we'll see if that actually works. Do a sync clap. We did that yesterday, and everybody said different things about the clap. So I don't know what to say about this. Anyway, theoretically, I had bumped it by 150 milliseconds. I don't know if that actually did anything. Is there going to be a debugger? Did you just see me use the debugger? It's way worse now. Really? Is it a good idea to use temporary storage to render a web page in a web application? Looks like a frame calculated output at free memory. I mean, temporary storage, usually I think of that as being for small individual things. So if you were computing a bunch of small strings in the middle somewhere, then yeah. Like if you're saying I'm going to orchestrate the whole web page as one string in temporary storage, that's not really how it works. Usually you would have something like a string builder, and you would like set an allocator on that to be a specific allocator that you could have be like an arena allocator that you just ditch at the end if you want, sure. But I wouldn't really like using, I mean, you could have that be temporary storage. You could. It just seems a little bit weird. But you definitely could. Audio is a tiny bit ahead now. I supposedly delayed it. I delayed it. How is it ahead now if I delayed it? Oh wait, I delayed the wrong thing. Okay guys, this is the ultimate test. It was totally psychosomatic because I adjusted the wrong field. I adjusted the desktop audio field. So everybody who said it got better or worse, you're just tripping. It didn't change at all. Okay, now I delayed it by 150 milliseconds in theory. So who knows? It was total placebo, guys. I didn't even do that on purpose, but I should have. Here's all these claps for all of you. How was LA? I didn't go to LA. Did I get a new monitor? No. I still do have a burned-in Emacs bar, yes. It's not maybe as bad right now. The thing is, okay, so again, like I said, Windows never gets better. Some days the Windows screensaver works and some days it doesn't, and it seems to be random. So sometimes I go to bed and the screensaver just never comes on, and then I get up in the morning and my monitor is trashed again. So right now, there's like a ghost of a window in like the lower left corner here, I guess because I left a window open on the night a couple days ago when the screensaver never turned on. Yeah. They could be fixing that kind of a thing instead of trying to extend and extinguish Linux, but they're extending and extinguishing Linux instead. And all the Hacker News kids are too naive to realize that that is what they are doing. So, RIP. What do I not like about WSL? It's not... Listen to what I just said. I just said. There was a thread about this on Hacker News, and the vast majority of the comments in the thread were, no, Microsoft's not doing embrace and extend. They're just good people, and they like Linux now. And it's like, okay, I can tell all you guys didn't live through the original period when this was their main strategy. Like, I can tell you guys were all born after that. As far as I know, this is not another placebo test. I did actually change the right number, hopefully. I don't know if it actually did anything, but I did change the number. We're at a point where most people in the world were born after weren't conscious when Microsoft was trying to kill Linux. Yeah. Not even Linux only. Like, there are so many frickin' things. Like, Windows ain't done till Lotus won't run, man. This is going to be a big game, guys. That's all I have to say to you. This game is going to be huge. Huge. What is Mitch Kapora up to? I don't actually know. Is this game still unannounced? Yes, it is. More levels than The Witness? Well, The Witness only had one level. So, yes. Is Ignacio helping at all with this game? He did for a while, and he now is working at a different company. Which I shouldn't say where it is, because You shouldn't stalk people. But yeah, he did a lot of core engine stuff. How's Remedy? Remedy's doing good. I mean, there's always minor features that I could wish for, but for the most part, it's doing great. I haven't really gotten to the point where I try to like save sessions and keep my files open, so I don't know what that's like, but yeah, it's good. The noise level raises dramatically. There might be some dynamic. Oh, it's Lana's people. I recognize the, what do you call it? The Twitch bitmap emote thinger. What's going on? We're testing our new microphone and stuff. When you said the noise goes up dramatically, that might have just been the tea boiling in the background. We are testing out today our new camera and new microphone, both of which I've actually had since like January and been too lazy to set up. So this is the thing. How did Ignacio learn to do that core engine stuff? I mean, he's probably taught himself. He worked at a game company in Spain, I think. I don't know which one. And then at NVIDIA for a while. Like, you know, you learn things as you go, but you also have a good degree of self-motivation to learn those things. How we doing on the test is still going, guys. I mean, it is taking longer because, oh, there we go. We just finished. Ugh, look at these. They're so dark. One of the things that we did very recently was we turned up the dynamic range on the game to roughly real world levels. And that means that there are some things for which the settings are really incorrect. And these little pop-up images are one of them now. Is that Batman? No, it's not Batman. We do not have the Batman license, I'm sad to say. Let's see who it is. It's this person. Camera's not supposed to come this close to the character ever, but, you know. And this is a level with, like, not good lighting and stuff. So. Does the character have a name? Not that I know of yet, but we're working out the lore. It is Batman because she could jump. I'm Batman. She's Batwoman, actually. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. How many people? I don't know how many people are working on it right now. Like, probably like 7 or 8 or 9. Hard to say. Okay, let's look at our fails. How many fails did we get? 63. I don't actually know. I should have done a Benny test before. Like, a lot of these are new levels. And a lot of these are expected. So, you know, I did back when we were streaming this, I did this rewrite of the movement system, and the core rewrite is done. There are a few game rules that are not done, but also I just never went through and cleaned up the levels that have timing problems because they were relying on the old system. So now we have all this 63 frickin' fails. I think the majority of this is new levels though, because we used to have about 500 and I don't know, 10 levels, and now we've got 540 levels. So there's about an extra 30 levels here. Are the birds particles? Yeah, they are, but I'm not a huge fan of particle birds, so I don't think we're going to do birds that way. Like, for this number of birds, you shouldn't use particles. You know what I mean? Like, if you were doing, like, 1,000 birds, even for 1,000 birds, you maybe shouldn't do particles. Why not? Because you have more control if it's actually an animation that somebody can edit, right? And if you've got like 1,000 frickin' birds, they can all be instance versions of the same thing, just at different places in the animation, you know? And you can, if you update the transforms on the CPU, which you don't even have to do, but if you did update the transforms on the CPU, you could do that in parallel. It's just like, I just think it's better to, you know, like you could have, if the birds are not particles, you can have them landing and taking off and like flying around and doing whatever you want. Whereas if they are, it's more of a problem. Do they have flocking behavior? No, this was just a very basic like particle test that we did. Yeah. Need ungettable concept. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to check this in. We're going to assume we didn't ruin everything. And that 60 fails is what we expected. I'm going to check this in. Can go through trees with through beam. Okay. And I'm going to send an email. Okay. Great. Do I have any Lucid code check-in etiquette? Not really. Not really. Is there any video where I rant about Git? I'm sure. I guarantee such a thing exists. All right, well, this tea that I'm having right now is oolong tea that I got in Maokong, which is up the hill from Taipei. Although it's like the third or fourth steeping today, so it's kind of weak. I should get some new tea. And, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Taiwan, man. Because, like, I went to Hong Kong last year, and now the Hong Kong situation is looking dire. So, you know, Taiwan's next after Hong Kong. So, does this new HDR rendering make things look better on non-HDR displays? Yeah, so in general, high dynamic range is going to make lighting look better, broadly speaking. But then also, of course, if you do want to render on an HDR display, then of course that works better too. Better be careful where I visit next. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's my fault. Yeah. This tea, this particular oolong tea is probably good for just 2 steepings are good. And then it starts being really weak. Some oolongs that I've had go for more steepings. The China embassy here in Brazil sent out a letter so that politicians don't talk about the new Taiwanese governor. Really? Well, why am I looking at the disassembled code? Because that just, I had that window up from before when I was doing some disassembly debugging, and that's just, when I opened it, that's what was up, and I didn't really need to close it, so that's fine. But we were actually stepping through source here. What I want to do now, this is going to be kind of a casual night where I don't program too hard. But let's talk about something. So right now, I did what I usually do and was lazy when I was putting the engine together, right? So we have all these levels. This is like a messy test level, right? But, you know, in these levels, you generally have like an ocean, and that ocean, well, it could just be not present, in which case there's no water on the level, right? But if it is visible and present, then it defines the grid size of the level, and there you go. Now, the thing is, everything in the game assumes that there's at most one level of ocean, right? You can't like have a swimming pool at z equals 9 and then the water goes off, and then ocean at z equals 0. And in fact, the ocean is always at z equals 0, right? However, we've decided we want to be able to be more flexible with regard to that stuff. In fact, this will probably be a level where I do that. And so that'll require changes in several places. And it's going to be one of those things where the game is kind of buggy for a while, you know, while we do all these various stuffs. So I want to start changing the situation so that we can have multiple ocean maps on a level. And, you know, maybe we'll go from where there's 1 to where there's a maximum of 3 or something, just to start and get the code working. And then, or maybe even 2, right? We'll have 2 and get everything working with 2, but we'll write the 2 in such a way that it's easy to generalize past 2. Now the problem is, there's a few different things here that are conflated, all right? So right now the engine assumes that there's 1 ocean map per level, right? Why is that? Because it sort of defines the width and height of the level, because it was the only thing that really needed to have gridded data. And so, for example, there's this function. Let's close a couple things here. I don't need that. I don't need the calculator. I don't need multiple browser windows. We can move all our things into one. We have to finish watching the Red Letter Media Picard review later, though. So there's this function called getOceanMap that, like, a lot of people call and they assume there's only one. And then apart from that, there's a bunch of code that assumes that water is at z equals 0, except we sort of change that because there's like this tri-level structure. I don't know. We're gonna have to frickin' deal. Anyway. What am I doing? getOceanMap. Look at all these people who call getOceanMap and assume that there's only one, right? So I think really what I want to do, like later maybe we start making it so that you could have more than one of these. Like right now, the game will even assert if there's more than one in a level because there's just not supposed to be. So maybe what I want to do is just go to the code and change most instances of getOceanMap to like what we actually want to do, whatever that is, you know? And that'll take some time and it'll be very grunt worky. So that's why, like, sometimes it's like, man, you should just chill and do this and not stress too hard about it. Because when there's just a ton of gross things to do, it's not really gross, but just like a ton of just like bleh, not that interesting, like getting a computer science degree kind of stuff. Then, you know, it's just a matter of doing it all. And that's all we're doing right now. Okay. Does this mean we have a use case for a waterfall puzzle concept? Not necessarily, but we would have to do a waterfall. I mean, come on. Why would we not do a waterfall, dude? Anyway. Let's just go to camera, right? And let's just see what getOceanMap. Update camera per screen. So updating the camera wants to use these ocean map values, right? Those, we're going to have to change those later. But for now, we can at least make it not need the ocean map exactly, right? And this is just passing the ocean map to another thing. And it's defining, well, we might not even use the ocean map anymore, honestly. Let's see. Underground barrier. That's it. Okay. We're just going to pass this down. This is a thing that's going to have to be stored somewhere besides the ocean. But for now, we're just going to say, whoops, I'm in the wrong programming language. We're just going to pass that, right? So here we go, right? Let's copy what we just typed and update camera per screen will also, and okay. So wait, where did we just, so get camera for current square, update camera per screen. So where's ever calling update camera per screen? Okay, so here we're just gonna have a thing called get underground barrier, right? And that is gonna get the ocean map and get the underground barrier off it and return that, but that's easily swappable later. Now here's the thing. The way programming gets taught in school sometimes, it's like, no, you should have an accessor for everything and blah, blah, blah. So that you wouldn't, if you had made an accessor for this, then you wouldn't really need to do this. And like, that's actually not really true, because the way object-oriented programming is taught, I would have an accessor on the wrong object now anyway, so I would have to do all this. But secondly, this actually isn't that much work, what I'm doing right now. And well, and especially this part of it, because like we saw all these get ocean maps, but it's being gotten for like 5 or 6 different reasons, because it's sort of a general utility class. And, well, you have to account for all the extra programming and all the maintenance that would have gone into creating those accessors and maintaining them and moving them when things changed. And then the fact that you probably got the abstraction wrong anyway, right? And so, and all the compile time that you spend compiling something where it's got 1 trillion extra accessors that you don't need. So my style is to keep things simple and straightforward. And then if I need to change something like we need to do now, then we just do it, right? We just knuckle down and do it. Okay, so we're going to say barrier is get underground barrier from manager, right? And we're going to do this. And, whoops, let's copy this for a sec. And we're going to go get underground barrier to float. Get ocean map manager. If no ocean, return 0. Return. You know what? Let's go return if x. No, you know what? No. That's fine. Let's do it. Let's be fun. Okay. So here, oh. Well, my if-x thing just fell apart because we actually want two barriers. And if-x doesn't do multiple expressions, so rip. Maybe that means that feature has to be modified. Yeah. Basically, there's this thing where there's this concept that you can have three different slices of the world that do not interact with each other. And these barriers tell you at what z coordinate those things occur. And yeah, so we're not going to rename the function yet. You might do it later. So then here we just say, is it less than underground? Is it greater than skyground? And then we might be using ocean for other things for all I know here. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so then, okay, see, this is a totally different thing. This is like an intro time override, right? Which is like that camera zoom that happens at the beginning when you go into a level. This thing controls that. And then do we use that for anything else here? Intro distance override. FOV overrides. Okay. So let me just go look at, because there might even be more members that we're not even using here. So let's just look at what intro time override. We're going to want to move all this onto something else, right? So let's call this, let's make a struct. And we're just going to put stuff into the struct for now, copy it off the entity and put it into the struct. And later we will just put the struct on the new entity. All right. So we're going to say intro overrides is a struct where we just say intro we're just going to go underscore override. It's just going to be like this. We're going to leave the words intro and outro, and yes, here we say intro, but it also contains outro, but whatever. The name is supposed to give you the general idea. We don't need these version numbers here at this time. Who knows if we will. Okay, so now we're going to say get intro overrides. We're just going to get a default one, and we're going to say if ocean okay, right? Distance, time. I should make a function that just like duck copies all the members, because we could do that, but I just haven't done that. You know, you could just have a duck assign function that just does that. This refactor is going to feel like scratching an itch you've had for 3 years and couldn't quite reach. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that lately, though, honestly. And it does feel good to do. Okay, so we have this now, get intro overrides. Oh, that's also on camera tweaks. We could just, well, how do I? No, okay. I guess these are set separately. I don't remember how this works. It might be just stupidly redundant, but okay. We're just going to say overrides is get intro overrides from manager, all right? And we're going to say if overrides dot intro time is greater than 0, all right, and then if overrides dot intro distance is greater than 0, and if now here's a thing. There's a little bit of a subtle point to what I'm doing, because what we're doing right now is two things that are related but different, right? So like I said, there's this big amount of, dependency in the code where it assumes things are working one way, right? And we want it to work another way. And on the one hand, it's like a big job, so I'm picking a piece of the job and attacking that piece of the job, right? But on the other hand also, and this is separate but similar, I'm attacking that piece of the job in a way that lets us keep running the game and it still works, right? I'm incrementally moving the live build of the game toward the thing that we want it to be eventually, without like stopping the world and trying to program all this stuff at once and having it be super complicated and fail, right? So it's a really good idea to do that sometimes, to like make changes incrementally if you can, because there are a lot of disadvantages. Now, there are sometimes times when you do want to stop the world and break stuff. Like that's what I did with the movement system rewrite. But with this one, it's like we want to more like crawl incrementally along the isosurface of working programs to get eventually to where we want to go. And we will very likely check this in tonight, and its behavior will not be any different than it was. Just it'll be more in the direction that we want it to be. Okay. Oh, 0 is not the default sky ground barrier. What is it? Do we have one? 5. This is 5. All right. Intro distance is not a member of Ocean Map. I didn't change it correctly. Oh. I deleted the word override from all these, and I shouldn't have done that. Okay. So now we're passing it as an argument. Subroom. Okay, this wants it for a different reason. So this stuff, this squares per screen is for, the gridding when we have the camera that pans, that locks and then pans. That's what that is for. Okay, so let's just say, instead of ocean, we're just going to say, we'll call this a different thing. Because we made this struct intro overrides. We're going to make another struct called per screen camera. Let's make sure we don't have that. We have a Boolean called that. Yeah. Okay. Right, so and we don't need giant numbers for this. Do we have, oh, it's, let's see. We do have a vector 2i, so we can do that. And then I mean, do we want some of this other stuff in there? Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. So we're going to say, let's put these things together. All right, so we're doing the per screen camera info, and we say get ocean map again. Let's just, you know what? I just like fall through programming. It's just what I like to do. So I don't know. Same. Okay. Info dot squares per screen dot whatever equals ocean dot whatever, and then info dot corner dot whatever is ocean dot whatever. This is going to be xy and squares per screen x, and then oh, I guess I did the squares per screen before vector 2i existed, and I did this one after, so whoops. So yeah, that's why this is a little weird. You know what? I'm going to change it back. Screw it. I just did this, and then I'm undoing it. I contain multitudes. All right. So we also want to I think we want to... We have this Boolean, but it's on the camera control. All right, well, all right. Let's not worry about that yet. So info dot squares per screen dot x and dot y. Whoops, I'm in the wrong programming language. What is wrong with me? Okay, now we're passing an ocean where it is not wanted from a different file. In the editor commands file. I hope it's not, yeah. And then two, 3, 400. Got a lot of oceans. Oh, wait. No, this one, right? Oh, yeah. I forgot to take out the if statement check. For 2. Oh. Yeah, you know what? This get underground barrier thing that I did also wants to return more data because it wants the full range. It wants like the Z start and the barrier. So we're going to refactor that again. It's going to have underground Z0. Okay. I neglected to pay attention to that when I was refactoring it. So this is called, yeah, get underground barrier info. I'm going to do the same thing. Info is a barrier info. If ocean, right? Okay. So what is a barrier info? Is a struct, just like these other structs we've been making, and it says, well, the things that we were just doing. Those 4 variables. Float, underground, barrier, I'm in the wrong language. Sky, ground, Z0. Z0, okay. So the Z0 is like where you actually stand if you're in that zone of the map vertically. And the barrier is like for things that are transitioning, where do you actually consider them to be in that zone, right? So it makes these slices. Okay. So this is fine. Oh yeah, if ocean, we have to do all this. And then I have to remember what the hell it was on the other thing. So just the same. All right. Return info. And then we had this. And instead of passing barrier, we're going to say barrier info dot underground barrier. Really, maybe I should pass the whole thing through those functions, but they didn't need it. So let's see what happens. All right, my guy is here. He's walking around. Let's go to like here. Debug build, so the frame rate's real low, but look, the camera's still panning. I can go do things. I can rewind. And then what if I go down? It followed me down correctly. So we didn't appear to break anything. Which is good. Great. So we keep going. Let's we reduced our get ocean map. We still have some in this file though, interestingly. I thought we would have gotten it all. Are there any questions about what I just did? It wasn't that interesting of a thing, but maybe people have interesting things to ask about it. Meanwhile, I think we make some fresh oolong tea. Streaming video to a lot of people is not that easy. That is true, but having the video stay synced with the audio is not that hard. Right? Like there are some actual slight issues having to do with audio hardware, but in principle, if the software foundation we were building on were not so messed up, it's really not that hard. Like games do it all the time and don't fail, right? So the problem is something else. Have I tried new Windows Terminal? No, I don't care. I do not care about anything made by Microsoft, all right? Please don't ask me about this Hacker News stuff. Are there times that you need to program in assembly because higher level languages can't do it? Yeah, they're not that common unless you're doing serious performance programming, though. What do I think about dedicated portable gaming console in the future? What? Like the Nintendo Switch? Like, that's a thing. That's a thing. Seriously, though, any questions? Actual questions? Actual questions. Have I considered allowing more than 2 return values? We have more than 2 return values. We have as many return values as you want. It's just in cases like this, especially if I feel like I'm going to add a lot more values later, I just prefer to return a struct. Especially because, so the reason I'm doing it this way especially is because these structs are just going to live on the entity. And I'll probably just return a pointer to the struct on the entity. So because I know that, I'm planning the code in advance to be that way. And so I don't want to return a ton of return values because then I would have to like unpack them from the struct, which is goofy. How many levels of underground? Right now, well, like, if you mean how deep can the grid go, it's as deep as you want. But if you mean, like, how many discrete floors can you walk on, it's just 3. Like, I mean, you can walk on as many as you want, but how many different levels will the camera stop at and treat as an individual space? 3 right now. Do I think popular game engines are too complicated? Yes, but it falls into 2 categories. One category is complicated because it was just made way too complicated and should be simplified. And a lot of modern software is that way. But the other category is complicated just because it's doing something really complicated, because it's trying to like be made for a lot of different people, right? Like if you license Unity or Unreal, you don't need the majority of what Unity or Unreal does because your game isn't going to use all that stuff. You need a minority of it, right? So the thing that you're actually licensing is way more complicated than like the thing that you would write. But that's kind of the thesis of those products existing, right? And so it's a different category. One of those we could do something about, the other one you can't do something about without not using it, right? Is the Ocean refactor going to invalidate any saved data? No. What I'm going to do when the time comes to change the data, which is not yet, I'm going to run a pass that goes over all the levels and makes a new entity type that has this information in it, or maybe multiple, depending on what makes sense. And then we'll simply ignore the fields on the Ocean map from now on for those purposes and mark them as deprecated so they don't get saved in the future, but we won't invalidate old data. Does the game assume the presence of an ocean in every level? It does right now, yes. And we will change that probably. Is that 3 at tech or design limitation? It's just a design limitation. Like I just wanted to do specific things that we wanted to build. What did happen to the presentation tool? You mean the slideshow program or what? It's fine. What do you mean what happened? What happened? Did something happen to it? What do I think of Perl? I think I do not answer what do I think of questions, usually. Fog of War was not rewinding. Is that intentional? Yeah, it's intentional right now. We could make that choice either way. Like, I can see why you would think that it should rewind. Maybe it should, but like, you kind of know what's there once you've seen it. So what's the point in rehiding it? If we rehide it, we have to put a little bit more work into maybe making it look good as it recloses. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, though. How do we split up the work in the team so we don't conflict? It's not an issue very often. There's just a lot of different things to do and not that many people, so it's not that easy to conflict, actually. Okay, so we did that. Let's go back and at least, okay, so if we get all the get ocean maps out of this file, then that's progress. You know, it's a little concrete nugget. That and the bug that we fixed will mean that we did a little nugget today. We're going to need a lot more nuggets where these nuggets came from, but you know, it's just nice to just go, okay, I did that, right? Actually, this one we're not even using anymore. We just failed to delete it. And then this one wants overrides. Like, they should get easier to replace, right? Because we're looking at the use cases. We're replacing that with functions that we wrote. And then we don't have to write new functions every time we get to a use case that's the same, right? So this one wants outro time, right? So like, if this is doing this again, okay. Okay. Whoops. I'm getting hungry, folks. Is that all of them? Oh, the other ones are called ocean. Let's make sure we still compile. Nope. I left a parenthesis. All right. Let's go for ocean : equals. Oh, well, these ones are the ones we added. These ones are fine. So we're actually done with this file. That's a nugget. Let me pour this tea. I might have oversteeped it. It's not that strong of a tea, so it's fine. I'm not eating enough peanut butter M&Ms. Yeah, I had some in Vegas. Okay. So, campaign, we're going to go there. And then I'm going to grab a snack, something. We're going to have honey almonds glazed mix. I'm sure with the new microphone you can hear all this. Oh no, guys. My old microphone had a physical mute button on the microphone, and the new microphone doesn't. You don't mind ASMR munching and crunching? On one of the YouTube videos, a month or two ago when we were doing these 5-hour conversations with Casey and Sean, there was one of them when I ate some nuts for like 1 minute in the middle. And someone posted, "This video is disgusting because of the nut sound. It gave me nausea and now I can't watch it till the end." That's just YouTube comments, though. Is that Entity Manager and ECS? No, I do not use ECS. I do not think that there is a point for most games that if you wrote the engine, you probably shouldn't bother with ECS. And people don't understand this. And I don't know what to say about that. People are just going to do what's trendy, whatever. What kind of game should use ECS? That is not the right question. Something like ECS is appropriate when your product is an engine that other people will use, and the programmers on that other group, whether it's in your company or an external user like someone who licenses Unity, when those people want to be able to expand entity functionality in a data-oriented way without having to change the engine, that is what ECS is for. Almost no indie game engines satisfy that constraint, and yet all these indie people are doing ECS because they think it'll help them or something. It's terrible. I'm going to try rotating the mic. All right, well, I'm going to have to start employing the software mute button when I eat, because sometimes So I am on a Facebook group for the Commander X16, which is a modern Commodore 64-like computer. And a guy was posting about the game that he was making. And it was, it was a character-based rendering where things occupy a whole... It's like a Commodore 64-style game from the 80s, right? And he was like, I just finished making the ECS and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. I didn't say anything. It's like, okay, he's working on his thing. Cool. But like, you don't need an ECS for a Commodore 64 game. It's counterproductive. All right. It's just going to keep you from getting work done. Yeah, it is literally just like something that people do. Like when people are learning, they don't know how to make sense of all the concepts, right? Because you don't have that much experience. And so people just start doing things that are trendy because that's what they see other people talking about. And you don't have the experience to gauge whether that actually makes sense or not, right? And so that's what's happening. So it's not really surprising. It's just kind of funny because it's like, I wonder what the thing is going to be 4 years from now. It won't be ECS anymore. It'll be something else that everybody does. Building monuments? I don't even know what that is. You're learning and your problem is decision paralysis with C++. Yeah, but I mean, there you should just ignore most of C++. If you're not ignoring most of C++, you're doing it wrong. Run far, far away from any website that says modern C++, and you'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to look at campaign. Get ocean map. Okay, this is looking up fog. That's a use case that oh, we already have this get fog values. Oh, wait, this is a parsing thing. Oh, weird. We already have. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about this. We already have separate fog values for these 3 levels. Which is a little bit like what we want to do with the ocean, but it's going to be different. So, you know what? I'm going to leave this one for later because this is a thing. It's not really worth making an accessor for this. Although, maybe we will. For this specific thing, it's not worth making an accessor because we're just reading the data in and out of the place that actually stores it. So if we add an accessor, we're actually just like adding a layer of bureaucracy that doesn't do anything. However, if we make an accessor for something else, we'll just have it return the pointers and then we'll just use them here. But for now, I'm actually okay with this because it's just reading and writing the data into the save game. We have different fog values for every slice of, remember, these are vertical slices of one level. So we have 3 vertical slices that can have different fog values on each one. What are the basic parts of C++ worth using? C with declare anywhere, with auto, function and operator overloading, but limited, very limited and disciplined use of operator overloading, mainly just for well-defined vector math things. Maybe very limited use of single inheritance, although that's not that great. And then very limited use of templates only to provide type safety for basic data types like hash tables and arrays and whatever. That's the reasonable part of C++, which is, by the way, 5% of C++. IO streams is a perfect example of bad operator overloading. Yes, it is. Perfect example. 3% by next year, yes. How about Lambda? I mean, you could. I don't think I really use any Lambdas here. There are definitely problems with Lambdas that you want to avoid. The problem is, as soon as you start using Lambdas, you have to use standard : function, or STD. You have to use sexually transmitted disease : function, which means you have to include sexually transmitted disease everywhere. That said, I guess you can make your own. I guess I saw something where you can make your own version of the type erasure that's in sexually transmitted disease : function. So if you do that, you're probably okay. Yeah, and so one of the problems that happens with C++ lambdas is if you capture more than a certain number of bytes, it'll heap allocate, I believe. Although I think that varies based on implementation, but it'll like magically do it behind your back and then your performance goes off a cliff. So if you know to look for that and control it, then it could be maybe not that bad to use lambdas. But you know, lambdas are one of those things where people get excited about them and then they start using them just to use them, and then they start making their code more complicated, right? I had one project where I used a lot of lambdas. Like it was a project that dynamically generated maps, right? And they were grid-based maps, and I would just pass a lambda and it would like run the lambda on every square, right? Which is sort of, you know, it made it very easy to like run passes on these maps. But I don't use them for anything else, you know, because they're not actually that useful in many cases. So it is what it is. Wow. This tea has a lot of caffeine because I oversteeped it a little bit. And I'm actually right now feeling a caffeine buzz, which is something I almost never do. So I may not be able to sleep tonight. Like I drink 7 or 8 or 9 teas a day and I just don't feel it. It's just like a nice drink. But I have a caffeine buzz right now. So what type of oolong am I drinking? Well, this is the special oolong packaged for tourists in Maokong or near Maokong, which is near Taipei. It's up the hill from Taipei. It's good though. It's pretty good. It's not the best oolong that I've had, honestly, but it's all right. You use a lot of sexually transmitted disease string vector and array. Is there a recommended alternative? I just have my own things. Like I have an array type that I use in the compiler. It's 200 lines. It's very easy to understand. I know exactly what it does. There is no reason to use standard vector, especially because it's not a vector. Did I go to Taiwan just to do talks? I went there, like I do this thing where I agree to go give a talk somewhere, partially just because I want to see that place and go hang out there. So that's what I did. I was like, I'll go give a talk in Taiwan. I'll be there for a few extra days, just chill and see what's going on. And that was fun. I like Taiwan. Well, I like Taipei and Maokong, which is the only places I went to. I didn't see the majority of Taiwan. I wasn't there long enough, but I would go back, assuming that there isn't a war, which there might well be at this point. We'll see. Have I ever had Ali Shan oolong? No, I don't know what that is. Did I see Taipei 101? Yes, I went up Taipei 101. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Is there a war in Taiwan? Well, so what's going on is China is kind of finally taking over Hong Kong while there's a virus happening, because it kind of gives them a little extra cover to like clamp down on gatherings of people who would normally be protesting, right? And so, you know, that's been like, people kind of know that that's been the plan for a long time. Hong Kong is the easy one. And then there's stuff like Taiwan, you know? And then honestly, who knows? The sky's the limit after that, right? Like, why not take over Singapore? They're small. So, like, um, I don't know where it's going to go. But that said, okay, so that's the Western American viewpoint, right? If you're a citizen of mainland China, then you say, like, look, Taiwan is essentially a rebel faction of China, right? Ever since World War II or the post World War II time, um, ever since the let's not go into the history, but we just never really fully reorganized it under the new government, and it's time to do that. Like, that's the view that mainland Chinese citizens tend to have, and like, you could see why they would think that, right? And so, um, it's complicated. China taking Taiwan would cause World War III, probably. Well, they're not going to do it all at once, right? So, like with Hong Kong, they're just passing a couple laws, no big deal, right? Um, that's how they're playing this, and it makes sense. And then you just, USA will say some angry things, and then not much will happen. I mean, maybe we'll cut off some trade deals, but so what? China has so many citizens. China has 4 times as many people, well, 3.5, something like that, as the USA does. If you think that they can't make up for US trade to Hong Kong with that, especially given some time, it's like, well, So, I think USA says some stuff, and then they just continue to take over Hong Kong anyway, right? Taiwan's harder, but like, what does it take if you actually want to stop that process? What do you have to do? It's not easy to imagine how you would do it. Mariana Trench is looking all right. Okay, let's program and not talk about geopolitics. All right. We were here. We decided we weren't going to mess with campaign, so we're going to go to control prompts. See, this ocean map just has frickin' everything, right? Like, oh, this is for the barriers. Okay. We've got that. We have that. We did that for camera. So we're going to do this. We always get a barrier info, but we want Yeah, we're just going to do this. All right. Control prompt hook, that's a separate thing. Okay, so we're just going to say hook is get control prompt hook manager if hook, right? You know what? We don't need to. We just do this. There we go. Great. Oh, actually, right. Now we do need to check that. So if there's a hook, we check this. Okay. So there we go. We do have now one call to get ocean map in that file, but that's the one that we put there, so it's fine. It's the thing for later. Developer commands. This might, oh, this is commented out. Great. Ship it. Next. Draw. Commented out. The rest are mostly not. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing for that now. Okay. Let's start looking at the ones that are actually used. Flow map. This gets into a little bit of mess because, like, this probably, I don't know. This is just going to be coming from the same data, but it gets set earlier in rendering for no reason. Okay. I'm just going to say, same thing. Whoops. I've got to remember what the things were. I'm starting to delete the information. Yeah. Okay. Let's just make the struct here. So, okay. Yeah. So, okay. We're just going to put this in separate brackets just because this is a long function that does a lot of rendering things and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So get flow map info manager. Same thing as we did for the other stuff. Info is flow map. Info ocean. If ocean blah. Okay. This part. So this is going to be make vector 2, or just, maybe we want 2 vector 2 of, I must have that already. We'll make it. All right. 2 vec2 of flow info.texture size, 2 vec2 of flow info.extents, and 2 vec2 flow info.corner. Someone is like, has the slowest car down there and they're like accelerating. It's kind of funny. I mean, once you have an electric car and it just like launches like a rocket silently, it's just so funny. All right. Fartmobile. I hope you guys could hear the fartmobile. Yes, somebody said that. Do I have a Tesla? Yes, I do. I've had a Tesla for almost 10 years. 10 years, okay? It's crazy. The same Tesla, yes. I've had this. I've been driving the same car for 10 friggin' years. Where do you learn about how to implement stuff like flow maps? I don't really know. I didn't implement the original version of this flow map thing, so I couldn't tell you, what references were used offhand. Having to recharge your car every day sounds terrible. No, because you get home and you plug it in. Like, you never have to go to a gas station. It's awesome, dude. And you don't have to charge it every day. I probably recharge my car every week or two. Like, it literally, you get home, you plug the thing in. It takes like 4 seconds on the days when you want to charge it, which is not most days. I mean, if you drove like really far every day, like if you have, if your commute is like an hour each way, then you probably recharge every day. Right? But less than that, no. And if your commute is an hour each day, get a better job, right? Or an hour each way, right? Would a Tesla work in colder areas? Yeah, it's a little bit less efficient because it heats the battery or something, but it works. Jeff complained on the Jeff and Casey show about his Tesla needing a software update and locking him out. Yeah, I mean, I don't like a lot of the stuff they're doing with like the Model S, which is one reason why I didn't buy a Model S. Also, I just don't need one because my car is great, mostly. Yeah, I think with any electric car, your range is going to go down in very cold environments. But I don't know by how much. Every better job is kind of far away. Yeah, I know. I mean, for some people, you kind of can't do it. Although, this is the year of remote work, so maybe you could find a job that lets you remote work. It's quite possible. I mean, look, there's all these internet companies where they have tens of thousands of employees or more, hundreds of thousands, and most of those people don't really do anything, right? So they could just not really do anything from home, and it's fine. It'll save those companies like money on office space, right? It's great. It's like a win-win. You work at Twitter and you've spent over 5 hours browsing social media today. Of course. I mean, you're just doing social media research, right? If you work for a social media company, you have to do social media research. Okay. Let me get back to this. So we've got our flow map info. If ocean info dot corner texture size vec2i of this. Do this in order. Info dot extents equals vec2i. Right, and then ocean dot info dot corner is vec2i. Oh no, just ocean dot flow map corner. Really? See, I added these things at different times. Who knows? Something like this. Let's go see. Let's return this. Go to entities, flow map. I guess it's okay. So this is on the proximity grid. That's like that. That's on this. Is it maybe grid.corner? Yes. That's a vector 3i. Oh. Dot grid dot corner dot x ocean grid corner y. Okay. Something like that. So now I probably don't have these things, right? Oh, semicolon. We use semicolons every day. All right. Wanted vector 3 given vector 2i. Okay. So 2vec2 is over in Sokoban for some reason. Let's just go r.x is cast float v.x, r.y is cast float v.y, return r. Okay, vec2i what is the definition of vector 2? How big is it? I think it's S32s, right? Yeah. Okay. So we definitely want to cast this manually because we want to signal that we are potentially discarding information. All right. Let's just run this. So this was, what were we editing? We were editing draw. Oh, we're not done yet. Let's keep going in this file. That was just this use of it. Now, you know what? Let's look at it. Well, we have a water plane. That's great. So level river maze. This has like actual rivers. So for these rivers, like our ocean does not look good right now, but for these rivers, it is what it is. Like for these to work in as much as they do right now, we have to have not broken anything is what I'm trying to say. Right? Yeah. Okay. So do spotlight. We're just going to leave that one for now because that's like a specialty. That's like just a weird Boolean that we're checking, and I don't know where we're going to put that, and we'll just see. It doesn't really matter where we put it. Okay. For this, we actually do probably want, yeah. For this, we actually legitimately want an ocean map. So we're going to leave this one as well, because this is about drawing the ocean. So eventually this will be like iterate over all the ocean maps, right? Here's what we could do. We can do a bit of that, right? Here we go. We're going to iterate over every ocean map, right? We're going to, if it's invisible, continue. If there's no ocean present, continue. Right, so there, and then otherwise, this whole offsets thing is about drawing wrapping levels. So that's why we draw it multiple times. Now the weird thing is, maybe not, maybe, okay, let's go. Here we go. We'll just do a second pass. Okay. Drew, ocean is false. And then we set it to true. Actually, we could set that here. So if we draw more than one, we just set this once and then we only do this once. Okay. Here, didn't we do a fog info, right? Where was that? Fog. Didn't we do that? Maybe not. No, that was the thing that we decided when we looked at the loading code that we weren't going to mess with it. Let's actually structure it. Let's at least localize this. So let's say do draw is this, and if we're supposed to draw it, then we'll do this, right? And then that lets us get rid of this, actually, and this, and this. Okay. So in fog of war, where's that? Oh, that's, wait, what? Update fog of war. I am doing the wrong thing. Okay, where does update fog of war live? It's in draw fog of war. Fine. Update fog of war. Do render is a bool. Turn false. See, we get the ocean map here anyway, right? So that's fine. We were doing all these redundant things. Return true. Okay, so now we've at least contained it. We've removed one of the get ocean maps, and this one we're going to postpone factoring out fog of war until later when we decide. That'll probably just be its own entity type, right? Okay. That's good. That's good progress. So now I think we might be done with this file for now. That's when we did the spotlight we decided to ignore. That's a comment out. Draw map margin. Okay, here we're only getting ocean to know if we should draw, which we just do that. There we go. Boom. So this is great. Uh-oh, draw flow updaters. Needs the ocean. Let's see. We don't even use that parameter at all right now. All right. Boom. So now we'll just run it again, and we'll probably just check in because we've done some nuggets. We've done about 2 nuggets. 2 nuggets of the many nuggets that have to happen, right? So we're still here. We're drawing all this stuff correctly, which is great. Because that's what we changed. Like, if we broke something, we like wouldn't be able to see these rivers correctly. So good. Good. I got a level idea I got to write down. Okay. Still caffeine high. A little bit. Not as bad. Does this level ID involve lily pads and mirrors? Just lily pads. Although maybe, maybe we can do some mirrors. Why were those two vec2 calls necessary? Is that just a type conversion thing? Could that conceivably be made nicer by a metaprogram? I don't generally use metaprogramming for that kind of thing. I don't like implicit conversions. You could, if you wanted to, make it easier to do implicit conversions between specific types. I don't like doing that. So, like, I don't think it's worth the added confusion and loss of clarity to get this very, very minor convenience. I'm not a fan of minor conveniences at all. Like, so much of modern language design is about stacking up minor convenience after minor convenience, and it makes a mess. And so I tend to stay away from those things. But, it's part of that is just style, I guess. Just saw the looting in Minneapolis. It's bananas. I know. Whoops, I didn't mute my mic correctly. Sorry. I clicked the wrong thing. That's what happens when I don't have a hardware mute button. I click the wrong thing. You missed the old mic? Why? Why do you miss the old mic? Because I had a mute button? Okay. I mean, I think we check that in. Work toward moving various information out of Ocean Map. So again, we've made incremental changes to the game. We haven't broken everything. Everybody else is now going to be running the modifications that we just made. I didn't really test them that thoroughly, but it's fine. The thing is, it's now incrementally closer to the target. No, the chipmunk was my microphone. It wasn't Twitch. That was my microphone being broken. Okay. Let's do maybe another nugget. I don't know how many nuggets I want to do today. Let's leave the fog of war for now. Let's just try to look for things that use our the accessors that we've already made, right? Which I think there's 3 or 4 of them at this point. Get ocean map. Update ocean texture. Begin ocean pass. I think I guess we call that every, well, see, we have to call init. But we don't actually, okay, we're going to structure this. This is going to be a better structure anyway, because we don't want individual files making all these decisions about whether rendering happens or not. You like want to know where it happens. So we're going to say right, okay. Okay. So this thing, well, let's just remove the middleman. Okay. Let's see if that works. Well, it won't if we don't export this routine. If you want to succeed in the game industry, I'm just going to keep that passing that. Whoops. We are really not succeeding in the game industry right now. All right. All right. More nuggets. That is right. If you just keep doing nuggets, you will succeed in the game industry. Almost guaranteed. Just nuggets. You just keep nuggeting. All right, get ocean map. So here, we just don't want this decision to be made. The whole thing that we did was only call this when we're, let's see who else might call it, but yeah, only us, so that's great. And so we could even call this elsewhere if we want, who knows, but yeah. Oh look, only do this if dirty. Oh, well, dirty is a different thing. Okay, I'm going to move this comment because this comment isn't that useful here. It should be here where we actually, there we go. Now it is in a better place. Great. Enact move. Okay, so this is for the underground barrier. This is underground barrier. This is about being able to walk into water. We're going to leave this for now because, again, that's a funky Boolean that probably doesn't come up very much. But these ones are the barriers. Where was that again? Camera, for some reason. So, right? And then Okay. Whoops. Don't even have that. Oh no. Right. Okay, so I didn't notice that we were using this because we renamed the variable. So what we're doing is we're making sure that it's the right size, that these things match. This is going to change completely eventually because we're going to have multiple ocean maps that are smaller than the world and all that. But for now, we keep it the same. And so I think we just do get ocean map here, right? Sad as it is. And the reason why I'm just doing that is because, like, this piece of code doesn't really have an equivalent in the eventual system that we're going to end up with, but we don't want to bother doing that big of a rewrite yet. So we're just going to leave this here and it's fine. Right, let's make sure we still compile. Oh. Oh my God, guys, so many. Let's just do that. We don't need this. Oh man. We're using, okay. Here, we're going to do this. We're going to go this trick that we did. We're going to at least make it a little more general. For every ocean map, we're getting the grid, we're drawing all this stuff, right? And whatevs. Okay. That's fine. I could put this in there, honestly. I'm not going to worry about it. Like I said, it doesn't have an equivalent. We didn't break nothing, hopefully. Okay. So we still have one. Oh, we left that one, right. That was the weird Boolean. Entity manager. Let's just put that. So this again, what is this? This is when an entity has moved off the grid. This shouldn't be a thing. But it's fine. This is going to change later. This is like, don't expand the ocean map, just expand the entity managers gridding. Okay. That's fine. We're going to leave it for now. So here we're asking, is something inside the water? And then get falling duration. Ugh. Like, yeah, like how long it takes to fall one square is stored on the ocean map right now, because the ocean map was like the thing that has the one-off setting. So we're going to ignore this one. But this one has to do with some of these other things that we've been editing, right? Like the ocean present and the, yeah. So we're going to make a function called isOceanPresent. We're just going to say and then we're going to say barriers is get, what was it called? Get underground barrier info. Okay, so we're going to do a few things at once here. So we get the barrier info from the manager. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me, just so that I'm not juggling so much in my head, let's just finish this. Is ocean present manager returning bool, and we get the map, return true. Okay, there we go. We do that. So that's done. And then here, we don't want to check this Sun ID thing was kind of a weird hack. So we're not going to do it that way eventually. For now, we're going to check the Sun ID and set a different flag. We're going to say, let's put this down here. We're going to say if underground is active, then if you're in the underground, return false, otherwise return true. We're going to add some more things to this. I'm going to put that there, and then, okay. So I'm going to do this and that. Because if these are 0, they will cast to false, and 0 is what we do when there is no entity ID. All right. Now let's see if we broke something real bad. Why is it taking so long to load this level? I thought we ran a test on this level, but maybe it's because we didn't do it in debug builds. I don't freaking know what's going on. It's like, why are we doing it twice? Shouldn't have done this in debug build, but we'll wait for it to finish. Let's at least do an LLVM optimized debug build and see if it's loads it any faster. It's just doing some kind of asset processing, and like sometimes that just takes a while. If it takes too long, we check release build, but bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Or maybe I made a mistake and we're actually crashing or something. That could be. Let's see. I feel like it's just being slow somewhere, so we'll just see where it's... Yeah, it doesn't seem to be crashing. If I break, we're going to be in like, you know, butt laying somewhere. Yeah, we're loading frickin' paint data. This takes forever. It's okay. This remap vertex colors function, it's upgrading some meshes. For some reason, they're different in debug and release. I don't know. And this is like a really slow n squared function that nobody ever bothered to make fast, and it frickin' drives me nuts. And it's a lot slower in debug than it is in release, and I just haven't, you know, I've got too much to do to go fix it. Can you guys not language bike shed in the chat? Like literally every day. We use semicolons every day. I'm just gonna shut off chat if it turns into Hacker News. Okay, finally it finished. And then once it's done that, it doesn't have to do it again because we save out the results. Okay. Whoops, that's my old breakpoint. Remember that? This is not the Hacker News Twitch stream for anyone who is confused about that. All right, so I kind of just want to go downstairs. So this has an ocean on the main floor. I don't know if we have any levels with actual oceans on the downstairs floor, but this one seems to be rendering. And we can go downstairs and walk around and push gems, so that's great. Dude, this game is going to be so good. You won't even believe. You guys are not... Oh, wait, I can't move. See, I had the cheats turned on. I cannot move. So I did break something. Let's try this. Or maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I didn't break something. And just somebody... magnitudes could have been broken for a long time. Because maybe somebody cleared the Sun ID. Oh my God. Why is this taking so fucking long? Whoever did this is fired. Haha. They don't work here anymore. Already, I don't have to fire them. Okay. Pre-fired. It's not supposed to be remapping paint data every time, but like maybe it is now. Whoops, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Menu. God fucking damn it, dude. Remap vertex colors in paint data. I hate this function. I hate it. Hey, look, there's something I wrote a couple months ago. Actually, I think so. I think if I know ABC, I don't know if blocks inherit no ABC. So let's go to let's try putting it everywhere. Let's try putting it there. No ABC turns off array bounds checking. Is it rare that a function is so annoying that you have to leave a comment that explains how much it pissed me off? Yes, I almost never do that. Although, to be honest, I should do it more. Like, in the development of the witness, there were several things like this that pissed me off, and I just didn't get on people's case, so I don't know. So somebody was starting to do something here that has a fast path, and it wasn't enabled for some reason. I don't know why. Like, I kind of don't understand. Like, why are you radix sorting even? Just use a hash table. Like, you don't need to be fancy. Just use a hash table and then check for exact match. Like, I don't even know what all this vertex scalar stuff is. Like, don't even bother. This is too complicated for what it's doing. You know what I'm going to do? Oh, we loaded it. I was gonna rewrite that, but I'm gonna send an email to the list. That function is pissing me off so much that I want to rewrite it, but I want to have a good test case to know that I didn't break it. And I'm not exactly sure what's the best way to have a test case, so I'm going to ask people about it. Do we support nullable types? Why, yes, you can set pointers to null. Okay. Oh, great. We're going to do this frickin' again because I'm loading the level into the editor. People are so fired, dude. They're so fired. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. Just waiting for this to happen again. There are, okay, so like things, if you're not very vigilant, things start to stack up. Like, there are two different things going on here. One is that this function is slow, and the other one is like, why is this frickin' function not, why is it happening multiple times? Like, why aren't we just done doing all this remapping? Like, what the hell is it doing now? You know what I'm saying? So maybe in this case it was because there's some invisible editor stuff. I don't know. But it just, things are weird. That's all I'm saying. All right, so this is using a different water shader, but you could see the rivers are intact. Actually, maybe not out here. Although that could just be the frickin' shader. Gonna have to investigate that. Oh, it's because our flow map texture does not support maps this big, I think. All right. Anyway, so I was wanting to go to Ocean Map and see, all this time I just wanted to see is the Sun ID underground set, and it is. So like, I do not actually know. God, I just hit restart on the level and it's taking enough time for me to punch someone in the face. So yeah. I can't debug this right now. Like, when this is what's happening, I simply cannot. I can't. See, this is why this is so bad to let this stick around. Like, I let it stick around, and now it is preventing me from actually checking in the work that I was working on. Because I don't want to check it in unless I know that this was already broken before, which it maybe wasn't. And so I have to debug this now, but I can't debug it under these conditions because this is freaking terrible, right? All I did was hit reset on the level. Okay, once this finishes, I'm going to try hitting save from the editor and see what happens. But like, this is just This is just completely intolerable. Yeah, it's like we had this problem on the Witness. We had several build processes that would just cause the game to lock up and take a long time like this when you came in the morning. And it kind of drove me insane, guys. I really never want to do that again. And this is the first one of these rearing its head. And I'm just like, at this point, I'm just like, no, this is going to get fixed. I don't care if everyone has to drop everything. This has to get fixed. Okay, so I saved and now I seem to be able to reset. So that's at least a workaround for now. But honestly, this is going to get fixed tomorrow because I won't put up with it again. Like my life during the Witness was bad enough. Why can't I walk here? That's weird. Because someone messed up the level. Wait, what? Oh no. No, I'm not remembering the level correctly. Right, okay, you have to double beam over there. Never mind. I was confused. I messed up the level in my brain. So, okay. This is broken. That has to get fixed. It's actually, this already was on the list, but I'm going to put it on this list too. Basically, I pushed this beam into a room that has electricity and it didn't recompute. But if I do this, it should, see? So that is, I am fired because I broke that when I did the new movement system. All right. So now I think, I mean, I could get, picked a really unfortunate place to come into the room. I don't know. I don't want to play this out really. I'm going to go back downstairs with the cheat code, the Konami code, and verify. Yeah, I can't move. So we are actually going to want to debug this, and I hope I left the debuggable thing. Can I attach? I can't. Can I? Attach to process. Oh, this is so much better than the Visual Studio version of this menu. Oh my God, it's so much better. All right. So we're going to break in can go. And we're going to say, why can't we go? Wait, does attaching not work? No, it does. Okay. Okay, so can we go? I mean, it sort of says that we can go, right? So that's weird. We can go. Oh, obstacle. Wait, what? Oh, that's, I think this is only set if you actually can't go. Let's see what happens. No mobile supporter. Okay, we're not willing to go. That's the part that's broken. find out why. Why are we not willing to go? Probably because there's something to do with the ocean, right? Okay, so basically it thinks we're underwater because we are, but I don't think this has anything to do with what we've been doing. I think this has been broken since the new movement system went in. Because what's happening is we're just not noticing that we're under the water in this other zone. And I rewrote is willing to go back for the new movement system. So, all right, so that's Remedy. Remedy like crashes when you detach from something or whatever. All right, so we're going to rewrite this. And then we'll do a Benny test. Or we're not going to rewrite the whole thing. We're going to rewrite part of it. How does a debugger know what machine code maps to what source lines? In your executable, there's basically just a big table that says what addresses map to what source lines. There's actually two versions of it. There's one in PDB files or equivalent debug files for your operating system, but there also are some in the executable. And the reason there are some in the executable is to be able to unwind the stack, like when you... Those don't necessarily have source lines attached to them, I guess. But there is in the executable like a series of records that says this zone has this like stack pointer and stuff. Yeah. Doesn't unwinding the stack just depend on the EBP and ESP? There's stuff like frame pointer omission, for example, right? So somebody might be using EBP as an actual register, and then the debugger needs to like know that and, you know, not freak out. In our x64 backend, we don't even use the base pointer. We should, but we don't right now. We should. It'll simplify some things. Okay. Is willing to go. Well, what we really want is to get the ocean for our current zone. All right. Which is like a little bit of an ill-formed concept. Actually, no, get ocean info is maybe fine. You know, it is. It's fine. We'll just change get ocean info. Okay. Okay, if there's no map or there's no ocean present on the map, otherwise we're going to call this thing if we are not on the main plane, return dummy. All right, so this is going to have to change again when there's multiple ocean maps. But for now, we're sticking with the conceit that there's just one and it's in the ground level, right? So what did we call our thing? It was in camera. Get underground barrier info. So we're going to do these things, and we're going to say if pos.z is less than info.underground barrier, return dummy, right? And if pos.z is greater than info.skyground barrier, return dummy. That's it. That should hopefully fix our problem. Except we won't succeed in the game industry because we didn't put an S and we didn't name our things consistently. Why do I have brain damage? Why do I have brain damage? I don't know. I don't know why I have brain damage. All right, so magnitudes. Let's hope it doesn't take a year to load again. No. Okay, so now that we saved, that is... Now we know if we want to succeed in the game industry, we have to load our debug. We have to save out our debug level from the editor. All right. Well, that didn't frickin' work. So let's figure out why. Let's actually run it from here this time. It might be caffeine that's making me dumb right now. It might. I mean, I'm dumb usually, but right now I'm triple, double, extra, super dumb. We're going to disable this for now because we want to go downstairs. All right, so probably is willing to go, still broken. Let's see. Yep. All right. So I bet this ocean info has stuff in it. Nope, ocean present is false. Interesting. Oh, now we've got this weird thing that there's fire on the level. Oof. Okay. Well, we're not inside fire. Okay. So here we just need to add a found ocean check down here. That's all. So again, this is going to change later, so this is really just kind of temporary. Is it called found ocean? Found ocean. Found ocean. I also, I played a ton of like Sudoku puzzles yesterday and today. That might have eaten a fair amount of my brain juice. Whoa, we really messed up the rendering real good. I don't know what the hell happened there. We'll check that out later. Okay, but we fixed this. So that's good. Yeah, our beam rendering is not the best right now, but, there we go. Can't even tell where it's coming through the floor. There it is. Okay. Now what? We got to figure out why. I assume this is broken even on the other levels. So like if I go mirror 1. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so broken. Like it must be saying these are active. Oh man. I kind of don't. All right, so now let's make that our default level. Whoops, I think there's an underscore. Okay. Wait. Did I comment it out? What's going on? Hold on. I didn't. Wait, what? Okay. It is broken in LLVM backend build only. No, that's not true either. It's broken in both. What is going on? Maybe it's broken sometimes. Oh yeah, okay. I think I maybe know. We're just gonna step through it. I kind of maybe get what's going on, but we're gonna step through it. So here it's all messed up. We're just going to break, like when we start the level, it's calling get ocean info a bunch of times. Like, and that by itself is really slow, so we shouldn't be doing that. But again, this is going to change later. Get ocean info. Okay. So it might just be calling it with a really weird Z coordinate or whatever. Okay, so reset the level. Bam. Where are we getting here from? Update support. We don't want update support. Is that it? Is supported. That's it. The problem is not in update ocean info. It's something else that I broke. That's fine. So it's like we have this flow map init stuff that we do. Where is that? Init flow? Is it called init flow? Nope. Flow map. Oh, maybe I just messed that up, right? I mean, I could have just messed up the variables, or I could have messed up actually setting it. Kinda can't tell. Well, I mean, we'll just check this, right? Just start looking around, see if we could see. All right, flow info. Corner. 00, extents 1821, texture size. That all looks fine to me. So it's like maybe when we fill out the flow texture, which I don't. I just don't like not remembering what things are called. I'm getting hungry again, everybody. This is terrible. So this is one of these things that I edited to be fancy, and maybe I messed it up. Like, we're not printing an error. Wait, we're unable to load shader flow map. That doesn't sound good. Although actually I don't... See, now I don't remember if we use that at all. Like, dude, I have no idea what's going on at this point. I sort of feel like it's maybe that shader didn't load. Like, why? What? Why is the file blank? Where is it? Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. There's no such shader as flow map. What is even happening? Okay, I feel like this was a known thing that isn't supposed to happen. It's not actually the same. I really don't want to debug this right now, but I don't want to go to bed with this broken. So this is weird. It's happening 100% of the time. Let me go back to... I really feel like it was this. Maybe like we failed to compile that first time because it was open in the debugger or something. It's still broken. All right. Let's see what else. I feel like it was working when we checked in, right? Who knows? Maybe it wasn't. I don't have a Windows laptop to check on. Let's just see. We're not actually going to revert. We're just seeing what... Oh, God. Paint datas. Okay, camera. Barrier info. Is ocean present? I mean, that's a kind of a big one. There's this, oh God, we haven't checked in since this stuff. We're definitely drawing the ocean. I mean, we kind of want to check all this stuff. So let's step through that. I probably maybe did something really dumb. Sometimes in programming, you do something really dumb. All right. Who is getting fired? It could quite possibly be me. Quite possibly. Yeah. That's all fine. Whoa, wait, crash? We crashed while I was stepping through. That was communist. What? Oh no, Remedy crashed. All right, Visual Studio. Visual Studio. All right. I bet I did something really dumb. Oh, this right here. See this? Okay. Every programming language has flaws. And when you're designing a language, it's your job to make sure the flaws are not that bad. And the number one error-prone thing in this language is doing this, where you locally declare something that shadows an outer thing. And we should do something to fix that. I almost never make this mistake, but I did here. So I declared a local variable called DrewOcean, and then we close, and then this is false. So we never do this stuff. I'm not sure why that's maybe not even the only problem, but it is a problem. So, you know, before we go out of beta, we have to fix that. I feel like that isn't the only problem, though. No, it wasn't the only problem, but it was a problem. That wasn't right. Okay. So we're going to look in update ocean texture and see what happens. We never call that. Wait, hold on. Did I? No. What? How do we never? How do we know? Okay, that would be a problem. Okay. I think this is set to be invisible. But that's actually like, so this is weird. This level is a okay, let's go to one. Okay. The thing that we broke is not the actual river stuff. The thing that we broke is the other shader for the fake ocean. So this ocean doesn't look very good right now, right? It's just for gameplay, and we're going to make the shader better. For stuff like Mirror Isles, it's... Okay. What is going on is we're not initializing some stuff that we're using for this until after we draw a real ocean level, and then we're not even clearing it, and so this is, yeah. And we didn't see it because we were checking levels in a different order, and that's why it seemed inconsistent. Okay, so this stuff that I did here, we're just going to do this. And see if that fixes it. I think it may. It may. Hey, look! We're amazing super programmers. So what's going on here is clean up this update ocean texture needs to happen even for levels that don't use real oceans, because for some reason some of these parameters are needed for the fake oceans. We should either stop using fake oceans, or we should separate the variables, the setup of need, so that we don't need to call this. All right, fine. We're good. So we're going to go here. We're going to go back to magnitudes and make sure that that I can move around here. We're going to go to the overworld, which is also a level that has ocean map. And we're going to cheat ski our way out here. Oops, I got dragoned. I got dragoned. I thought there were some rivers somewhere. There was like some... There was like some lily pad action on this level. Oh, I got toasted. Don't toast me, please. Okay, this doesn't look good. There was a thing with like a fence and stuff. Oh, this part right here. Okay, this works. This is fine. I mean, you can't see it. We're going to have to fix that, but we didn't break that today. That's like separate. And I guess this is how this is supposed to be. Let's take a look in the editor. Should have just done this to begin with because you could see everything. Yeah, so that's how this is set up. Great. Great. We're going to run a Benny test on a release build. Do we have any tool to track those comments? The source code is the tool that tracks those comments. If those comments are in the source code, then they are there. All right. Are there any questions about what we've been doing today? On-topic questions about the game and programming the game. How did we make the editor UI? Some quads, or are we using textures? I mean, the buttons use little texture icons, but most of it is just drawing RGB scaled quads. What was the issue with the ocean texture? It was that this function update ocean texture initializes some shader variables that this other thing is using. Let's go find. Oh, let's close our revert. If I accidentally clicked revert on this, I would be sad. Let's close these things. So update ocean texture. When we were editing that draw code, we refactored it because we were like, let's not call this unless we have to. And we actually have to quite a lot. You can't actually tell if you have to or not right now. So we just always do. So let's go look at it. So remember this stuff that we did? Like this is, we're setting up the flow map, and I don't know why that other shader is using it, but I guess it does. Or something. Like, some of this data that we are setting up is not used. So, yeah. Or is used. It doesn't really matter because that level mirror isles, for example, the one that was broken, that is supposed to use the same ocean system as was being used for the river levels. It's not right now because that ocean system looks crappy and we wanted the other levels to look nice. But eventually, when the new ocean system looks good, it'll all use the same one and we won't have to worry about this complication. The shadowed variable was not causing the problem. That was a different bug. That would have caused a bug that we just didn't look for. Is there any reason shadowing variables like that shouldn't be an error? Because you want to shadow variables sometimes. I don't know, like why wouldn't you want to make a variable called I if you have a variable called I in an outer scope? And how is the compiler to decide which things you really meant and which things you didn't, right? So we definitely should do something better than what we're doing now, but we're not yet. So that particular case is especially obvious though, because like I assigned to the value and then nobody used it and it shadowed something. That is something that you could put in the checker that the metaprogram calls, and we just don't have that in there. So you could definitely do user level error checking for that. From experience, you saw way more shadowing errors than intended uses. Well, maybe that depends very heavily on people's coding style. And it also, like, quantity isn't the exact thing to decide, because if it's really annoying that you can't shadow, then the lost utility of not being able to shadow might outweigh the utility of saving those bugs. It's unclear. I'm not saying it's not usually right to turn off shadowing. I just don't know, right? And the default in C and C++ is to shadow. And so in absence of not definitely knowing better, I'm doing the same thing that those languages do, but we may change it, right? Just implement a linter for checking for unused variables. No. I mean, it's fine to turn that on optionally, but you don't want to error on unused variables by default, because there's all kinds of reasons to have unused variables, and anybody who says your program should be clean of unused variables is not an experienced programmer who's shipped big software. There's many reasons that you want that. They're great for debugging stuff. They're great for like, oh, look, I just commented out these 3 lines because I just want to run the program to see if those 3 lines are the problem. Oh, whoops, it's erroring now that those variables are not used because I temporarily commented out 3 lines. Now I have to do all this busy work of commenting out other lines. Oh, wait, other things that are used are initialized on the same line. What do I do now? You very quickly get into like a tar pit, right? Or like, oh, I have this if-def. And this variable is used in this if-def. It's if-def debug, right? Like all sorts of just insisting on not having unused variables is complete banana cakes. Yeah. Go doesn't let you have unused variables. It also doesn't have frickin' assert. So they just fail at software engineering. Did they eventually add assert to Go? Because they didn't have it originally. They just made assert like be a panic, and they were like, oh, you shouldn't. I don't know. God, that's so stupid. I know why they don't have assert, but it's so the wrong decision that I can't even talk about it. I know exactly what problem they did that to solve, and that is not the right solution to that problem. Maybe print unused variables in the console. No, because you might have hundreds of them in your program. You don't want spam. Why don't they have assert? Because in the 80s and early 90s, lots of people made really crappy Unix programs that were shipped on operating systems that would assert if you like did something slightly wrong in them, right? Because there wasn't a clear discipline between, oh, this is user input that's a little bit weird that we don't understand, and the program's invariants are violated and there's a bug, right? Assert should only be for the program's invariants are violated and there's a bug. That's what it's for. People were not using it for that. And so as a user, you would be like running Telnet or something, and you accidentally hit tab as the first character in the Telnet prompt, and it didn't expect that, and it asserts, right? That is bullcrap. It should never have happened. But the solution to that is not to remove assert from your programming language, because assert is a very, very, very valuable tool for shipping robust software. Now, because the Golang people came out of the Unix world, they don't really understand robust software to begin with, because I guess only the Unix kernel people understand robust software, and the user space people have never shipped anything that works, so whatever. But that is the wrong choice. Wrong choice. Super wrong. Yes. Both static assert and runtime assert are absolutely necessary. And if you don't have them in your programming language, sorry. Like, it's almost as bad as not having static type checking. And like, to take them out because of a philosophical issue like that is really nutty. It's crazy. It is crazy, dude. I use so many asserts. It's bananas. Like, let's see how many times I call assert in Sokoban. It's not a zero amount of times. I guess the advantage is, if this were in Go, I would be like 400 lines of code shorter, because I wouldn't have all these asserts. So there you go. Go is shorter. What even is the philosophy behind not? I just explained it. Did you just come on the stream? I literally just explained what the reasoning was. You can go watch the VOD if you missed it. When did I start streaming? 1,000,000 years ago. Stream is 4 hours in. Do you mean when did I start streaming? Like what year? I don't even know. Like 2014, maybe 2013. Yeah. I mean, I demoed the first compiler thing in 2014. That's how long it's been. But I probably was streaming games and stuff before that. What do I do during a Benny test? Usually I have a lot to do, right? So usually I'll find something else to do. Like why we have some rendering problem where it's super flickering. Like, I don't know what that's about. That might be, like tone mapping being confused. Maybe it only happens on the overworld. Okay, did we get... Oh, damn it. We scrolled off. Okay, we're going to have to change this. Ocean map is too small for the current level. That's just not going to be an error anymore. But first, let's go to the log. And... fail. Succeeded. Yeah, okay, so we have the same number of fails. We actually have one less fail. Probably due to the downstairs thing getting fixed. So that's great. So we just need to fix this. So that we don't spam everyone. Because again, this is gonna, even if we were catching a reasonable error with this, which we're not, this is all gonna change so much that over the time frame, like by the time we would actually catch a legitimate problem with this, we'll have changed it all so that this isn't how it works anymore. So yeah, we're fine there. What's my opinion on contracts? I never saw the point because contracts are just like regular code. Like we just talked about putting asserts in your code. Asserts are kind of contracts. And I don't know. Like the whole thing where you just get too anal about pre and post conditions doesn't seem right to me. That said, that might just be because I've never seen it done well. And maybe if it's done well, then it's good. I don't know. What level is frickin' this? Uh-oh. I sort of feel like I need to email the author of these levels. No wonder the test doesn't pass. This isn't checked in. Like it's got no entities on it. This one does. All right. So it doesn't load, it doesn't output an error. This I don't think is due to what we're doing now. This is just a different problem. Data levels, meta mirror block. Yeah, there's like no freaking entities. All right. I'm going to write that off screen. I'm going to send an email that says, oh God, I just clicked send on Gmail and it took like 10 seconds. Source control problem. I think meta mirror block is supposed to be a real level, but there are only 5 entities checked in, and it's just an ocean with no stuff, and the character dies immediately upon moving. I assume the files just aren't checked in on your side. Can you check this? In general, a bunch of the new levels you made are failing tests on my end. I have not checked other ones, but it could be a similar case as this one where they are missing some or most of their entities. Here is what meta mirror blocks file folder looks like for me. And I'm going to Win Shift S this and just go like bam, bam, bam. Okay, great. So hopefully that'll get worked out. Would it not have no recording? No, it does. The recordings are stored in a different place. So if you go to level tests, see, this is why I think it's a source code mistake. It's not that this is a level in development. It's that it actually was a real level and not everything's checked in, because here, meta mirror block level test. It's got a test that's checked in. Which I think means it's supposed to work. Like this one's checked in. So what do you want, man? Whoops. That's not good. How do I even get over there? I do not even know. I can't get over there. I have to start doing something like this. And then I get over there from here. But then I'm stuck. Wait, why did that do? Oh yeah, okay. Then I can, yeah. We won't try to solve this level right now. We're just going to check this stuff in. We are saying more work towards replacing, generalizing ocean map. Bammo, and that's going to be all the nuggets we do tonight. Did someone just call green threading fake multi-threading? Maybe. That's the way I think about it. Is it necessary to record the test for level makers? Like generally the person who designs the level probably should record the test because they know how to actually solve it. Right? But you know, it's something that I could do if I go solve it later and it doesn't have a test. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming by. I wonder if there's someone who we should raid or something. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's look. Oh, let's go to science. Science and technology. C++ and Lua. Why would you put Lua in your C++? I don't know. Code help and tutoring. Unity game dev. This guy looks a little bit like Tyler Glale, but not really. Like Tyler used to look. Project Apollo. Still going. But he'll be right back. Improving our movie pages. Chicken Life. Someone in a costume. With code that says 2 times 2 is equal to 4. I don't know if we're going to go to the 2 times 2 is equal to 4 channel. That might not be the thing. Streamtown. Maybe we should do Streamtown. Unless it's in JavaScript. Well, this doesn't seem... It's like it's just running. There's no development happening here. Do you guys want to play Streamtown? Okay. New project hype. React. Nope. Nope. I react to seeing the word React. Oh boy, we're really down the list. We could go to Adam C. Eunice's channel again. We haven't gone there in a while. Let's see what's going on here. We'll do that. Thanks everybody for coming by. And I'll see you all later on. This game has really good art style and stuff. It's cool. You'll enjoy it.